Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 12 allies. We're going up against 30 enemies. And we are off with Veshra in first place when Drog is in second. Tomcat takes over second place. Gator Paws is in third. Veshra is in first. Gator Paws is in second. Tomcat is in third. And how does it look for us? Looks a little iffy, but looks like we are taking over. So yeah, we are done. We've won. Ooh, wow. Veshra is in first place with 22 assists. Gator Paws is in second place, 6 and 6. Tomcat is in third, 4 kill, 2 assist. We have gold and no Dr. Derp, which means that Veshra gets the gold. And we move on to a skin chest before the boss battle. And you know what? Let's go here, and all the way back here. Place warrior, kill range. Alright, so place another warrior on there. And well, let's start here and see what happens. It is past 8 a.m., so it is time for me to visit the shop where flying rogues are getting purchased. I'm above 20k. I gotta refresh. I'm above 25 and another refresh. And that is that. So, half an hour to see how that's gonna turn out. Alrighty. Glancing at the viewer side tells me I'm still too far from 50k to get anything. Alright. Alrighty, good morning everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. Interesting. According to this, I don't have a bit rate. But yeah, still things are still moving. Okay, cool. Yeah, welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I hope you had a good week. I hope you're having a good I hope you've had a good start of the week. That you're energized for the rest of it. My day yesterday went well, except for my brand new headset. My brand new Logitech headset. That seems to already be failing. I am unsure why, but I'm not getting any volumes from it. And when I flick the switch, all the lights come on, but I don't get the starter crescendo that it usually gives us. And yeah, it's really annoying. It also feels, the button feels different, so I get a feeling it doesn't click properly. But it's brand new, so if it doesn't resolve itself today or tomorrow, I will contact Amazon and arrange for a return. It's annoying. That's the gist of it. It is annoying. Alrighty. Today it is read and correct for me. It is going to be not different as a, but because I didn't write last week, I don't have a lot to do. So I'm going to do the Captain's Heart. I've got one chapter of that, the one I wrote yesterday, and I will then do the 5 chapters of the founding of Tyrannus. All right, and to ensure, okay, yeah. When I do read and corrects, I am recording them. So while that's happening, I will be ignoring the chat. Anything said there will be addressed once I'm done. And should the recording run long, the stream or the battle will be delayed. To minimize that, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 32 of The Captain's Heart. The hallway's light wasn't as harsh as it was among the rest of the station, and while Jimmy didn't know why, he appreciated it. There was something lively about the not quite white tint to it that was comforting. He wasn't sure why the hallway was deserted, but he appreciated the quiet away from the living quarters' constant hubbub. As he headed ahead, he knew this destination was ahead, but try as he might, he couldn't remember who, what. Yeah, this is part of the issue I have, is that maybe I want to do it this way then. Who, what? He was heading towards. The box in his hand provided no clue where he was going, even if it pulsed with a faint double beat. He looked over his shoulder, and lost in the distance of the featureless hall, he could just make out the dot, which had to be the door he'd entered through. Hadn't realized he'd walked so far, but didn't know how far he still had to go. He stepped among the trees and couldn't shake the feeling he'd have to cross the stars before reaching his destination. Their banners waved at him on the breeze, encouraging him forward. His steps slowed at a memory that couldn't be. He'd faced danger ahead, fear. There had been safety where he'd come from, where he belonged. I don't like that. You know what? I'm just going to remove that. Because he doesn't belong there. Except he'd never been here before. He had never seen the banner with the arrow, the one with the mess of lines, or the flower, or the... And yeah, I'm in need of a Calcarian symbol for justice and protection. He didn't know about the clearing he still couldn't see, or the form hinted at by the moving banners. He stopped as more of him became visible, standing, looking in Jeremy's direction, waiting for him. Golden tan, shimmering under the sun that wasn't quite the right color. The white. The white of sharpness, which his memory insisted had red to it. But how could it know? He had a sense that what was in the box belonged to him. I want to italize this. Belonged to him. That he was meant to give it over to him. Only that wasn't right. The box was part of his. No, the box was here. The box was his, part of him. He couldn't give that over, could he? He looked over his shoulder, memory insisting he should go back. That comfort waited for him, the safety of knowing how everything was. Ahead only held uncertainty for him, danger. Jeremy didn't go back. He couldn't get himself to move forward either. That was fine. He could stand where he was. Someone had told him that was okay, that he belonged here. His mother, maybe? Regardless, he could stay here, admiring the dangerous being waiting in the clearing, waiting for. Jeremy downed his coffee as he stepped over the pair of boots that needed to be replaced and grabbed his tool bag. He then grabbed the boots and set them on the seat closest to the table. Once he got home after work, he'd take them to the cobbler. For real this time. If he waited too long, he'd run through his other pair and he'd have to settle for printing a replacement. He didn't care what anyone said. Handmade footwear was better than anything ever printed. He chuckled, dropping the empty cup in the recycler. Was that why the Calcerian engineer didn't use standardized circuits? He felt handmade was better? He grabbed the black cube off his bedside table and dropped it in his tool bag. He'd drop it off. He'd drop it off at Queric's on his way back. He stepped out of his quarters and turned to head to his lab, and Omar waved at him. I need to pick up prints at my lab, Jimmy said when he kept walking by his friend. How are you doing? Omar asked, falling into step with him. I'm fine. Why? I just wanted to make sure. You know you can tell me if you didn't sleep well, right? Jeremy laughed. You're the one I tell pretty much all my problems to, Omar. Bad dreams, when I have them, don't exactly make the it's a problem cut. So you had some? Not last night. Don't remember what I dreamt about, but what I dreamed about. I kept wanting to go dreamt, and I know it's an acceptable word, but that's the England version of English. What I dreamed about, but I woke up completely refreshed for once. So you've been having them. Jeremy glanced at his friend, and Omar's expression was oddly expectant. Expectant. Well, yeah, the stress of working on the ship hasn't made for good nights of sleep. The idea of watching the technicians being playful as they worked, popped into his head, and by the time he had the box ready to keep the discomfort from upsetting it, from upsetting his stomach, he realized he felt nothing about it. Or the idea they might both be guys or girls, or that they might be more than just friendly. He wasn't like that. But what did it matter if they were? It was their lives. Jeremy? Sorry, what? You trailed off saying you weren't sleeping well because of the cats. Working on the ship, he corrected. Of the commander pushing me to get the repairs done faster than I'm able to. Why wasn't he freaking out at the idea of Calcerians being like that? The previous evening, he'd barely been able to shove the stress into the box fast enough to think. When that popped into his head, he placed his hand on the tool bag. He'd know if it had worked. That needs to be idolized as it is active thought. Or he remembered phrase. Quirk had told him he'd know if whatever was used to affect how he thought, had been blocked. But you slept well last night? Jeremy studied Omar. Why was he so insistent about it? Yeah, I did. That's good. Was that lack of enthusiasm in the reply? He had to be imagining it, but he still had to move on with his day. I'm sorry, but I really need to hurry. Me and Turek are hoping to install an entire set of boards on the second panel, run all the tests, not have it blow up when we power it on. I'll see you tonight for a drink after work. Yeah, okay. I'll see you then. This time his friend sounded distracted. He almost paused to check if Omar was okay, but he couldn't delay if he didn't want to return home after dinner time. Okay, I don't like the negation. If he wanted to be home before dinner time. Jeremy looked around engineering as the calibration on the newly installed circuits ran. He'd like to pay attention to it, but it was all in Kelserian. So he had to rely on Turek to let... Yeah, he doesn't have to rely. At this point, he trusts. So Turek would let him know the results. In the meantime, it meant he had time to watch the technicians interact and study how he felt. It hadn't changed in the hours of installing boards. The Kelserian running a hand on the other's shoulder as he or she walked behind them on the way to another control didn't make him feel strange. Didn't make him feel anything. Even thinking about when two had nuzzled as they left didn't make him feel anything. They were a different species. It made sense they had different customs, different way of thinking about things. That, for them, it was normal for people of the same gender to be so affectionate to one another. He wasn't like that. Humans weren't like that. But they weren't human, so they could be however they wanted. It didn't bother him. And that bothered him the most. Waking up after his nap in the office had left him able to watch the technicians interact without freaking out, but he'd had this need to remind himself that he wasn't like that. He'd still thought about what they might be doing as them being sick. Now, them doing whatever they wanted didn't make him react at all. I can tell him to come here, Turek said, and Jeremy looked away from the archway to the Kelserian, who was looking at his tablet but smiling. No, I don't want him here. Golden eyes, the warmth of the sun on his body. All he's going to do is stress me out, and I don't want to ruin this stress-free day I'm having. How long had he been staring at the archway, hoping for gold eyes, a toothy smile, warmth? If you say so. And here, yeah, I want a Kelserian version of this. And the main reason is Kelserians depend on more senses, smell, touch, and I want, and they're also a predatory species, and I want to slip that into their expression. But that's going to take a while to figure out. When they don't come to me immediately in the writing, I have to just do this, leave myself a note for me and my co-scripter, and move on. I do. He took the cube from the tool bag and studied it so he wouldn't hope for those eyes. Then Turek was glancing at it between checking the readings on his tablet. Do you know what this is? What it is? It looks like... He stopped and focused on his tablet. Like our technology. Do you know what it does? Not without scanning it. He reached for it, but Jeremy moved it away. It's okay. Quirk asked that I trust him and not scan it. Trick's ear did that twitch. Jeremy was confident meant discomfort. What's wrong? It's disconcerting, the technician said after looking at his tablet for a few seconds. how familiar you are with the ambassador. The capitalization was audible. He's helping me. I'd feel weird calling him ambassador, especially after he insisted I call him by his name. You could use his full name, which is? Turek did a search, then said something. Even expecting it, Jeremy almost didn't understand the start of Quarrick's name, the way Kelsarian's voice box added sounds. It made him realize Quarrick had purposefully changed its pronunciation when he'd given it. I'd damaged my voice box trying that. What about yours? What is your full name? I guess you expect me to use that? No. Jeremy was surprised by the vehemence in the tone. You are an Earther, he continued, his ears flicking in discomfort. I wouldn't force you to use my full name. Jeremy smirked. If you say so. He tapped the side of the tablet. Is the calibration finally done? There is a discrepancy in the third circuit that isn't resolving. Jeremy put the cube in his bag as he crouched next to it. Next to the removed panel. Next to the removed panel. That's the third one in the fourth section of this panel, right? He sent the bag sliding into the open side and followed it in a crouch, again marveling at how much maneuvering room there was inside a Kelsarian reactor. Jeremy's steps slowed and he looked up from the cube. Four intersections further, the hallway ended at the door leading out of this part of the station, which meant he stopped when he reached the next intersection and looked to his right. And there were Quarrick's quarter. He'd intended on returning the cube after he'd eaten, mainly because, before his conversation with Omar, he'd felt like he hadn't needed it. He'd figured it had nothing to do with how well he slept. But while he didn't know if it had anything to do with that, he couldn't deny it had helped, and his questions couldn't wait. The door opened before Jeremy announced himself. This time the Kelsarian was partially into his ambassador's vest. I can come back later. I am removing it. I have just ended a long discussion with a group of my human counterparts. I was heading for a long soak, but assisting you will be a pleasant diversion. A pleasant diversion, he said before Jeremy could protest again. Sit. I will return wearing something more comfortable. I thought Kelsarian made sure to always be comfortable, Jeremy told the back as it vanished into the bedroom. Unfortunately, some comfort are not as much as others. As you may have noticed with the technicians, we prefer clothing to be light. And not a lot of it, he added. Yes, we have fur for protection, which becomes uncomfortable when the weight of heavy cloth is on it for too long. Why wear them if that's the case? Quarrick returned wearing only pants and a light fabric and a large belt holding them in place. Because, as the one representing my species before others, I must show that what would bother most is insignificant to us. Posturing? The Kelsarian snorted, dropping into the ball of his chair and almost rolling into a seated position in its center. Jeremy looked behind him at what waited if he let himself fall back from the edge he sat on. He expected he'd end up tangled if he tried. When he looked up at Quarrick again, Quarrick was expectant. There we go. That reads better. When he looked up, Quarrick's expression was expectant. He presented the cube. It worked. You have felt the effect. Jimmy chuckled. Oh, yeah. Now, what did it do? And that concludes chapter 32 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story, multiple chapters ahead, if you are listening to this as it's posted. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are, also Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. 14th. Okay, that's done. Alright, that's done. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 16 allies. We're going up against 31 enemies, and we are off. Sigma's in first place, Windrog is in second, and Tomcat is in third. White Fox Mink is now in second place. Sigma still in first. Tomcat is in third. A bunch of people have killed epics, and I believe that we are done. We have won. Ooh, I killed my range. Cool. That wasn't part of the plan on what I was doing, but cool. Sigma OS is in first place, 9 kills. Tomcat is in second place, 5 kills, 2 assists. And White Fox Mink is in third, 6 assists. We have gold and no Dr. Derp. We have musketeers that no one is currently claiming. So, when Drog gets gold, Sigma OS, musketeers. And we move on to the boss battle. And I will be placing a warrior. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Locilor. And clear quests. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this will turn out. Been lurking a while. Been lurking while you work on a first draft of your own. Very cool. Congratulations. Normally, I would really talk with you a lot, but I'm doing read and corrects today, and I'm recording them, and they tend to be a little tight on time I've got available. So, I will record this chapter. And once I'm done with it, if you are not lurking by then, we can continue talking. So I will confirm my microphone is on, and I'm doing that because more than once I have recorded an entire chapter, no microphone. Turn off the desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. And this is why I've got my checklist that I have. This is not the correct image. Oops. The correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will be back. And I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you wish to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 1 of The Founding of Tyrannus. Have you ever wondered about the past of this wonderful city of yours? Did you know it's been around since just before the end of the Dark Times? Well, that's if you don't count the year the city went missing, but it came back. So, it doesn't count, does it? I think it's time I told you about its past. And Tyrannus, the city of soaring dream, has quite the history. Where should I start? No, not a story of the recent past. You're already familiar with its towering structure of glass and steel, of the powered Entekers who protect and harm its citizens. Maybe I should tell you a story of the time of Lady Kavanagh, the woman who brought the vision of what this city could become only a century ago. Now, that's still too recent. Maybe I will tell you of the Merchant of Nightmares who stole the city's soul. Wait, did you hear that? The thunder. Yes, that is a sign. If I'm going to tell you a story about this city, I should go all the way back to its beginning. In fact, this story starts before there's even a city. It starts with one person, someone who had never intended to bring us about a city. In fact, all he wanted was to be left alone. Elarke grumbled because people were coming. That's what the dust cloud in the distance told him. It wasn't on the wind, not on this calm, sunny day, and even if the wind was about, it never brought dust to his home. No, this was people, and not just a few of them. He cursed and spat. He stood and peered into the distance, trying to gauge. Trying to gauge just how far they were. Why was it people kept on coming this way? When he settled here, it was because it was as far as anyone lived. Yes, this is on purpose. Come back here. It was as far from as anyone lived as he could get. There were no trails, no paths, only wilderness. But ever since he'd built his shack of a home, people had started traveling through this valley. The previous travelers had known better than to bother him. The thunder that resounded when they strayed too close to Elarke's home, had taught them the wisdom of staying away. Oh, I see why I'd put. The thunder that resounded when they strayed close to Elarke's home had taught them the wisdom of staying away. The last times a traveler came this way, the wind had brought snippet of their conversation, and Elarke found out they were now referring to this valley as Thunder Valley. Why had anyone bothered naming this place was when he wanted it to remain nameless? These travelers, now. No, they weren't on a leisure ride. These weren't following the path everyone else before them created to reach wherever they went, away from his home. They headed directly for him. Elarke stood there, scratching at his cheek through the long gray fur. He was too damn old to be dealing with us. He asked the wind to go listen on them. Then he went inside, cursing his creaking old bones. He came back out, holding his rifle. Why couldn't people leave him alone? He didn't care why they came here. Trouble would follow, in one form or another. Trouble always followed when someone sought him out. He'd have to hurt people. He was so damn tired of hurting people. Couldn't anyone understand that? The wind brought back the sounds of hooves beating quickly on the hard dirt, wheels protesting as they turned. Wheels meant carts. Running meant fleeing. The cloud of dust was larger now, and he thought he could make out the form of multiple carts and wagons. He sighed. This wouldn't end well. He peered into the cloud again. Maybe he could send them on their way quickly enough so he wouldn't have to deal with whatever trouble they brought. A few times a traveler had approached him. His rifle had been good at convincing them to move along. He didn't want to deal with this. He wanted to go take care of his garden. He saw himself handing the dirt to his wrist, and he chuckled. Who'd have ever thought he would work the earth himself after decades of getting peasants to do it for him? Learning to hunt had been easier. Elarke had always been good with weapons, and shooting animals was no different from shooting people. So all he had to learn was how to track them. Gardening? That had taken time. Even with being on good terms with the ground hadn't helped. The ground didn't know much about growing stuff other than other than it happened on its surface. There had been days when he'd missed the old times. But then he remembered why he'd left them behind. All the trouble that landed at the doorstep of his castle, his city. Had he stayed, he'd have been stuck hurting people. To keep those living to keep those living under him safe. Leaving had kept them safe, simply because he'd stopped drawing the trouble to the city, and he had had enough of people in general. They were nothing but trouble magnets. He repeated that to himself as he left as he'd left. In the middle of a moonless night, he patted down the pockets of his tan hide vest on the off chance there was a bullet left, but there weren't any. Years ago, he'd bought a handful from a traveling seller, but he'd had to use them on that man when he'd run off with Elarke's jerky supply. He hadn't killed him. He hadn't wanted to deal with having to bury a body or leaving it out and having scavengers invade his property. He'd grazed the man and sent him on his way, taking back the furs he'd exchanged for the bullets. If the man was going to steal from him after a fair trade, Elarke didn't feel compelled to let him keep the furs. The last time someone had tried to approach him, the sight of the rifle had been enough to send him away. Hopefully, it would be sufficient this time again. He rested the rifle in the crook of his arm and stepped off the porch. He waited for them, hoping they'd be reasonable, and moved on. He really didn't want to hurt anyone anymore. He made out horses, then someone in the driver's seat holding the rein. Then 3 more, 2 carts and a covered wagon. By now, he could tell the horses pulling the first cart were sweating and frothing at the mouth. He cursed under his breath. Convincing them to leave wasn't going to be easy. Only the desperate pushed their horse this hard. The first wagon came to a stop no more than 100 feet from him. Before the human man holding the rein let go of them, a woman, also human, hurried down and ran for Elarke holding a bundle. He saw heads poking out from where the woman had exited the wagon. Human and fur-kind heads. Her clothing was cotton, a loose shirt and pants, brown from dirt and sweat and ripped in places. The driver was similarly attired, as were those slowly getting down from the wagon as the other carts came to a stop behind it. This many people wearing the fabric meant they were from the cottonlands, far to the south and east. What were they doing this far west? Fleeing, that was what. He hadn't seen cotton in a long time, not since he'd left his city behind. His path here had taken him through the cottonland, but the clothing he'd bought then had turned to rags a long time ago, and now he wore hides that he tanned himself. Learning how to tan and sew hide had been quite the experience. She didn't stop running as she called to him, "Please, sir, we need your help." He set his face into a stern mask and readied himself to tell her to go back to her wagon and move on. That's an end. And move on. She couldn't say anything that would make him agree to help them. To helping them. To helping them. He even had his mouth open. But then he saw what her bundle was. She was holding a baby. Oh, hell. Ah, back here. Oh, hell, he thought. They just had to bring a babe. And not just one. Small heads poked over the cart's side to look at him. Large eyes filled with sadness. They had kids, too. The lynx sighed. He couldn't turn away a baby or kids. He'd taken on an entire walled city back during his youth because the self-proclaimed king there was hoarding the food and leaving the children to go hungry. Then he'd gone and killed the tyrants of Humberhill because he was sacrificing babies to the gods who gave him his power. Elarke had never been able to leave a babe to suffer. He looked at his rifle for a moment, then lowered it. There went his peace. There went his promise not to hurt anyone. Maybe he could deal with this problem and send them on their way, keeping other troubles from landing at his feet. The woman looked at him, but he watched the distance behind her. The wind had brought him the sound of more hooves on the hard dirt. He could just make out another cloud of dust on the horizon. "You're being chased." His voice was dry, was like dry sand, rough from disuse. She half turned to look at the approaching cloud and clutched her baby to her breast. "Get the wagons and cart to the side of my shack. Unhook the horses and tie them down behind. After that, turn the cart on their sides for coverage. Put anyone who has guns behind them. The rest go behind the house. The shooters are to shoot only on my command." Huh. They quickly moved the wagon and made a wall of them. Even the children helped, and the lynx almost smiled. Only remembering in the last moment he didn't want them here. Elarke saw flesh, fur, feathers, and scale among the group. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a diverse group. Oh man, that's a lot of groups. Of all them, of all of them, only two had weapons. One of the humans had an old revolver, and a bird with colorful feathers and a hook beak had a rifle. Neither looked comfortable holding them. Elarke almost took the weapons out of their hands. These two would only hurt themselves if they tried to fire. But they needed the moral support holding guns gave them. He'd just have to make sure to handle their pursuer himself. He cradled his bulletless rifle back in his arm and took position in front of his shack again. This time, it was only riders on horseback, 12 of them. 7 furkin and 5 humans. The leader was Furkin. Furkind. A rat with a scarred face and angry eyes. The human, riding at his flank, had a contraption on his right forearm. Elarke gritted his teeth. He didn't know what it did, but he'd seen devices like it before. Things created before the dark times that should have remained lost. Nothing from back then was good news. The horses came to a stop. The rat looked at the lynx, then at the overturned wagons. "Well, howdy there, old man," he greeted in a cheerful tone. Elarke eyed him. "You're going to want to keep on moving." The lynx's tone was somber. The rat leaned forward in his saddle. "Afraid I can't do that. See, those there, they belong to my boss, and I've got orders to bring them back. Been chasing them for over a week now, so I'm not going back without them." Elarke considered it. A week. maybe a little more. Yeah. If you remember his distances, they pushed the horses as hard as they could take. They'd come from the middle of the cottonlands. Was one of them special? That would explain the kind of luck needed to avoid all the land barons and their forcers between there and here. Not to say how they hadn't killed their horses. The lynx sighed. That's gonna be a problem. They went and asked for my protection. He glanced over his shoulder. Normally, I'd have sent them off for you to chase, but they had babes and kids. He gave the rat a smile side. I just can't stomach the thought of young ones coming to harm. So, I'm going to tell you again. Move on. The distant thunder sounded, and some of the men looked up. Clouds were gathering, but none of them looked threatening. I'll look around, old man. There's 12 of us and only one of you. I'm not counting the two cowering over there. The way their iron's shaking, they'll never hit anything. You can't stop us from taking them back. The lynx shrugged. Don't change nothing. They're on my land, and I gave them my protection. So I'm going to have to stop you. You daft, old timer? Living alone been making you want company so bad to die for it? Elocus snorted. This ain't about me wanting company. Once I'm done with you, I'm sending them on their way. I'm not fit to be company. The cat raised his hand in exasperation. Then just give them to us. You'll be alone in no time. Can't be doing that. Said I'd protect them. Give my word. That's sacred to me. Thunder came again, and clouds covered part of the sun. Some of the horses whinnied and skittered around until their riders brought them back under control. Erlarky looked up. The sky didn't look like anything more than a partially cloudy one. Gonna tell you one last time. Move on. Be on your way. I don't want to be responsible for what's coming. The only thing coming is your death, the rat snapped. Leroy! The human raised his arm, and the device attached to it began to spin. Sparks jumping off it as it moved. Erlarky felt the lightning gather inside, and he was surprised for a moment. He'd forgotten that lightning could form elsewhere than the sky. The bolt of lightning jumped from the device to the lynx's chest. Erlarky flew back, his rifle clattering to the ground. One hit, he hit the closed door to his shack, then slid down against it, his chest smoking. You poor fool, the rat sighed. You didn't have to die. And that concludes chapter 1 of The Founding of Tyrannus. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is available on my Patreon. That is the only place it can be read. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I think there was. You're still around, Lucilor. What is your story about? What is the story you're working on about? Cool. It's the first in the series about a conflict between heaven and hell. Humanity gets caught between. First part focuses on a demon named Greco trying to rule the three realms. Ah. Is that demon the main character or the antagonist in the in the story? The antagonist. And Cass will be different demon because even he'll largely doesn't want Greco to be in charge. Cool. will the will the demon be acting for selfish reason, or are your demons more broad in the kind of people they are? Like, do you have demons who can actually be altruistic? I'll be right. Um, Demons largely are selfish. The ones with ally, which is unique due to having once been mortal, something that doesn't happen. So I'll stay damned. They aren't meant to be comfortable as demon. He found ways to break the rules. Ah, very cool. Alrighty, we will have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will return for more read and corrects. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 22 allies. We're going up against 46 enemies. And we are off. Mrs. Hyde is in first place. White Fox Mink takes over first, is now in second. Mrs. Hyde is back in first. Sergeant is in third. A lot of people kill epics. So we have Mrs. Hyde in first place, White Fox in second, Mope is now in third. And all we have left are the chests, so we have done, we've won. We just have to watch the army march. Yeah, I'm not reaching anything. I killed an epic. Wonder if it's the chest or the epics that give us the talisman. Might be the epics. Alrighty, Mrs. Hyde is in first place, 11 kill, 35 assist. White Fox Mink is in second place, 30 assist. And Sigma OS is in third, 1 kill, 13 assist. We have, oh, fairies. Do we have a Decanizer? I haven't seen Decanizer in a bit. Nope, no Decanizer. And no one is currently claiming the Flying Rogues. So, Sergeant Kate Dog gets wings, Mope gets fairies. And we get to move on to the next map, which contains the super boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the super boss, and we'll have 2 extreme bosses on the way, I believe. And what do I need? Unit battle. All right, so I'm onto my flying rogues. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start on another read and corrects by confirming my microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I start the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 2 of The Founding of Tyrannus. LRK coughed, then wheezed. This had hurt a lot more than he'd expected. Lightning had never hurt him like this before. He was getting old. That had to be it. It took him a moment to get his feet under him, using the wall to steady himself. The rat stared at the lynx for a long moment. He turned his gaze to the human. "Leroy," he growled, "what have I told you about changing the power setting on that thing?" The human paled. Where's my cursor? The human paled, and he hurriedly checked the device on his arm. "I didn't touch it. Reno, I swear, it's at full power." The rat pointed to LRK, who brushed some of the soot off his vest. "Yeah? Then how come he's still alive?" Leroy's voice trembled. "I don't know." "Did you break it?" "No." Leroy looked ready to bolt, and his horse stepped nervously. "I swear, if you did it, I didn't," the human insisted. Reno glared at Leroy. "You just remember that without that thing, I've got no reason to keep you around." Erlake pushed himself away from the wall. The lightning had made a hole in his vest and burned some of the fur off his skin. He forced his leg to be steady as he stepped off the porch and planted his feet before the rat. He felt lightheaded and worried he might tip over at any moment, so he called on his friend, the ground, to calm his nerve and steel his resolve. He wouldn't show weakness to these men. They weren't a threat. He'd faced armies and had forced them to stop. He'd stood before kings and tyrants and had defeated them. He wouldn't let these pitiful excuses for men see him tremble. When he spoke, Elarke's voice was steady. "I'll tell you again. Leave." The rat growled. "Leroy, kill him, and if you can't manage that, I'm going to cut that thing off your arm and find someone who knows how to use it. You got that?" Oh, that thing off your arm. The human pointed it at LRK again, and the lightning coiled within the device. When it sprang, LRK extended a hand and told the lightning to stop. He forced it to stop. It formed a ball inches from his fingers. He could feel the anger within it. It fought him. It wanted to strike him. LRK was amazed. He'd encountered many forms of lightnings over his long life, but never had it fought against him. He had always befriended it. What had that contraption done to it? The lightning winced when a spark jumped to his fingers. He tried to soothe it, as much as lightning could be soothed, but it wouldn't listen to his calming thoughts. He had to force his will upon it to get it to settle down. It became a smooth ball of light in the palm of his hand. He looked up and smiled at the surprised man. "Last time I say this, leave." Thunder underlined his words, and this time lightning flashed in the sky. "Patience," he told the lightning, "both the one in his hand and the one in the sky. You'll have targets soon enough." The rat snarled. "So you're one of them. Different." The lynx smiled and tilted an ear in acknowledgement. That was certainly one of the least nasty things he'd been called. The rat shrugged. "Okay then. We're doing this the painful way." He threw his pistol. "Painful for you." Elake threw the lightning at the device as he turned and ran for the wagons. There was an explosion, the man screamed, and then thudded on the ground. The dirt exploded around Elake's feet, and he called down more lightning to strike the man before jumping over the cart. Thunder exploded behind him and sent him careening into his garden, knocking over the young plants. His ear rang as he got to his feet and looked around. He was surprised to find no indication the lightning had struck close to the wagons. As loud as the thunder had been, he's expected to have been under it. He hurried to the wagon and peered around it. The men were on the ground and dazed, the horses scattering, terrified. The land in the middle of them was scarred, but surprisingly enough, none of the men had been burned. Elaki looked to the sky. "Really? You chose today to show mercy?" He ignored the confused look the bird and human gave him. "Or is this because you're angry I haven't called on you in so long?" He pointed at the downed man slowly getting to their feet. "Well, what are you waiting for?" He sighed. Whatever the reason, the lightning didn't want to cooperate. He was going to have to do this the hard way. While the men were still unsteady, Elarke grabbed the rifle out of the bird's hand, took a bead on the rat's head. He'd learned early in his life that the best way to end a fight was to take out the leader. Unfortunately, Reno regained enough of his senses to see the lynx aim. He grabbed the closest man, a human, and pulled them. As Elarke fired, the human crumpled to the ground. Before he could aim at the rat again, they fired at him. The lynx grabbed the two of them and pulled them behind the house with him. When the firing stopped, he looked around the corner. The wagons were full of holes, and the men were reloading. That was stupid of them, he thought, standing there without anyone to provide cover fire. He couldn't see the rat, so he aimed at the bear-looking thing, white and black, with circle around his eyes. They made for good targets, so he fired at them. The black and white bear's head exploded. He shifted his aim to the human who had been standing next to the bear and was now splattered with blood. He pressed the trigger, but the rifle jammed. With a curse, he threw it down and grabbed a revolver from the human. Checked the cylinder, 3 bullets. Got any more? LRK asked. The human pointed at a crate that had spilled from the farthest wagon when they overturned them. Figures, the lynx grumbled. He looked at the sky. Any chance you're going to help out? He threw curious and worried glances among those hiding behind his shack. The closest one to him moved away. Look, I'm mightily sorry I haven't called on you before, but I don't get no one calling on me with living alone. So I haven't had no need now. Now I do. How about lending a hand? There's a bunch of them just standing there on flat ground. Easy targets for you. The clouds drifted lazily, but nothing else happened. No grumble of thunder, no flash of light to let him know it had heard. He couldn't even feel any of the lightning gathering itself. When he lowered his gaze with a sigh, the people around him pulled away again. You people hunker down. Going to have to do this the hard way. He glanced around the corner and shots answered him. Give it up, old-timer, the rat yelled. You're tapped out, or you'd have called more lightning down on us. Elarchy snorted. Like lightning never did more than what it wanted. Cast an annoyed look up, then down at the ground. How about you? You going to be stubborn too? I could use something to distract them while I run for more bullets. He didn't feel anything. It had been years since he'd done more than borrow a little strength from the ground. It was too settled, too calm for quick actions. He wasn't angry at it. It took a lot to agitate the ground. It probably wasn't even noticing this. He placed a hand down on it. I understand. So he was quite surprised to find a mound of dirt about half his height had risen from the house to the wagon. The lynx smiled. Thank you, old friends. Kept low as he ran. The man fired, and dirt flew over him. He reached the end of the mound, and the crate he wanted had tumbled further away. He thought about asking for the mound to extend, but his old friend had already done enough. He could handle this on his own. He fired his last bullet, and he sprinted for it, grabbed the crate and dragged it back to the cover of his old friend. Dirt flew all around as he looked the box over. It had been nailed shut, and the work had been good enough he couldn't pry the cover off. He'd need a pry bar or more help from his friend. He borrowed strength from him this time, and then dug his claws under the edge and pulled the cover off. A piece of wood flew up over the mound and exploded in splinters as bullets rained on it. He searched through the content until he found the distinctive red box. He'd refilled the cylinders when the wind informed him someone was getting close. He peered around the mound, and 2 fur-kind were on their bellies, inching their way to him. They'd used the sound of the gunshots to hide their approach. Too bad they didn't know about his allies. He shot them before they realized they'd been seen. Could ask the wind to steer the ground. It was dry enough the dust would fly and obscure the man's view, but that would impede him as much as them. He looked to the sky, but not so much as a tingle to let him know the lightning was paying attention. He had a full box of bullets and 6 in the cylinder. He could do this. He popped up to get a sense of where everyone was and cursed as he dropped back down. It was as much for the dirt that flew in his face as the bullets hit the ground around him as for the 2 humans and Fox he saw making their way to the other side of his shack. He wished the wind had told him about them, but for as helpful as it could be, the wind wasn't very bright. If he wasn't directing it, it only paid attention to what happened close to LRK. He ran. Dirt and wood and dirt exploded around him as bullets flew. He yelled a warning to their men. They yelled a warning to their men, and Ilarka yelled at the people hiding behind his shack to get down out of his way. He wasn't gentle with those who didn't move fast enough. He couldn't afford to be if he was going to keep them alive. Thunder rumbled. Thunder rumbled in echo of his annoyance. At least now he knew the lightning was paying attention. He fired at the first human to round the corner, then spun in as pain exploded in his shoulder. When it cleared enough for him to see, he was down on his side, and blood poured onto the ground. He rolled on his back and bit back a scream. At least it hadn't been his gun arm that had been shot. He raised it and pointed his gun at the human who was advancing on him. "You're done for, cat. Put the gun down and I'll make it quick." Elarkid chuckled, then winced as the motion jarred his shoulder. You shouldn't have shot me. You've angered my friend." He changed his aim to the furkind. Small Flame was jumping from one tuft of grass to the other, moving closer to the human. Before the human could understand what the lynx words meant, fire exploded around him. Elaki shot the furkind in the chest. He forced himself to stand. He looked around for the box of bullets, but he couldn't see where it had ended up in his fall. He had one bullet left. He growled both at the pain and in annoyance. He looked up. "All right, enough of this. I don't care how angry you are at me or what you might want. You are going to help me end this before any of the children are hurt." He stepped around the corner and took in those who were left. He fired at the rat's feet. Reno jumped and looked in his direction. He and the others had been covering the wagons. "You're a bad shot, old-timer," he said, taking a step forward and aiming at the lynx. "I shot what I aimed for," Erlaki replied. He closed his eyes as the rat stepped over the disturbed ground. Even through his closed eyes, the flash of light was blinding, and the explosion that sounded at the same time threw him back. He groaned as his injured shoulder impacted the earth. The lightning and thunder had been in agreement over this. Elake opened his eyes, and for a long minute, he only saw spots. When he could finally distinguish the clouds from the sky, he forced himself to sit up, then stand. Where the rat had stood, now there was a charred corpse, which toppled over as he watched. The humans and furkind left had been thrown back, and they were still dazed. Elake stepped to the closest, a human. He picked up the gun lying on the ground and shot him between the eyes. He killed another human and the furkind next. When he looked for the last one, the man had managed to grab hold of one of the horses and was riding away. The lynx raised his gun, but his hand shook badly. He tried to steady it, and instead the world spun. When it straightened, someone was holding him up. The woman who had begged for his help. He pushed her away and staggered to his porch. "There," he rasped. "I protected you. Now leave." He leaned against the wall and looked up. She was still there. He watched emotion war with each other on her face: anger, sorrow, determination, shame. When her face settled on one, it was subdued sadness. "My lord, we have nowhere to go, and no way to get there. The wagons have been destroyed. I beg of you, if you send us away, we'll all die." Elarki glared at her, his own anger flaring. He'd killed again because of her. He was ready to tell her to tell her just how little he cared if the lot of them died, but the children chose that moment to tentatively step into view, and his anger evaporated, replaced by weary resignation. He stepped to the side of his shack, and when he spoke, he made his word biting. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction of knowing how the kids affected him. "Fine," he spat, "but I don't want you anywhere near me." He pointed to the edge of the woods. "Go there and don't bother me no more." "Yes, my lord." "And don't call me that." The vehemence in his voice surprised him and forced her and the children to step back. Fanny was sorry for snapping at her, but he didn't apologize. He didn't want them to think he was nice. That would lead them to bother him. Your shoulder, sir. Let me help with that. He waved her away. I can deal with that. Go see to your people, woman. He waited until she'd taken the children with her before going into his shack. He closed the door and leaned back against it. What had he done? With people around, trouble would just keep on coming. He gingerly sat at the table next to the hearth. The fire was back in it, burning bright in contentment. Don't be so smug, the lynx told it. Now I have to fix the hole you made in the wall. The fire popped and crackled in amusement. Yeah. Thanks for saving me. Now, come here and help me with my shoulder. The damn bullet's still in it. Only a small flame left the earth as the Larky pulled out tools. He looked at it and smirked. No, I see how it is. I don't deserve your full attention anymore, right? The fire burned brighter for a moment, and the lynx shook his head. He pulled out pincers out of the kit and presented them to the flame. It shone brighter around the tip until the metal was red. Lucky gritted his teeth and plunged the pincer in the wound. Into the wound. That's going to be into. The lynx had moved his chair to the back of his hut under the slight overhang that fed the rainwater into the barrel at the corner. The refugees hadn't wasted any time. Already, they looked to have erected enough tents to house half of them, and it had barely been an hour since the human had fled. The sky was darkening over the woods, but he shook his head, telling it to wait. The rain would be cold, he knew, and they weren't ready for it yet. He didn't keep the storm at bay for them, he reminded himself. He did it because if it struck before they were ready, they'd come to him seeking refuge. They'd expected to weather it in his home, and he wasn't going to have that. He wanted them as far from him as possible. Looking around, he saw the damage to his garden, all caused by him. He couldn't blame that on them. Then he noticed the spilled cargo from the overturned wagon, cloth, books, as well as foodstuff they hadn't gathered in their hurry to set up protection from the coming storm. He stood, wincing at the numbed pain in his shoulder. His old friend was lending him resistance to the pain. He unhooked the tarp from a wagon and set it over the items that could be damaged in the rain. It was only after he had finished that he cursed himself. He didn't like these people, he reminded himself. He had no business doing them any favor. He still had the storm at bay until they had all their tents up. When he released it, the storm hit hard, trying to punish him for keeping it from doing what it loved. Oh, stop complaining, he told it as the cold rain drenched him. You still get to rage, don't you? He grinned at the light as the lightning flashed, adding to his complaint, its complaint to the storms. A moment later, thunder rumbled, a half-hearted attempt at complaining too. He let the rain fall on him for a few more minutes before going back in, making sure none of the water entered his shack. He didn't mind letting the storm drench him while he was outside. It appeased it a little, but he didn't like staying wet. Even being dry, he was still cold. Fortunately, the fire in his hearth was still full from consuming the human. His home was nice and warm. And that concludes Chapter 2 of The Founding of Tyrannus. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Patreon. That is the only place where it can be read, and it's available for free. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I have to head off to the job, Lucy. All right. Well, I hope your day goes well, and thank you very much for the wishes. Hey, Akla. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You found there's a way to use Google's API text to speech for reading books for you. Oh, very cool. Is the reading voice decent? You are doing fine. I'm glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Because I didn't write last week, I don't have a lot of read and corrects to do of new stuff. So I am going through the 5 chapters of Founding of Tyrannus. Using the test our voice box. It's actually fine. Not sure how it's pulling the premium voice. Cool. They explained it, but thanks to open source software, we're able to bring them to you. Google might decide to cut off access in the future, however. Well, of course, they might decide to cut it off if they realize they can actually make a profit of people forcing people to pay for them. Of course, they'll cut it off. It is Google, after all. They don't be evil mantra went out the window a long time ago at this point. Speaking of, your cat is asking for food. That's not speaking about evil. Unless you're withholding said food. Now that's evil. The cat is the evil part. No, no, no. No cat is evil. Cats are goodness incarnate. We are all sweet and perfect. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 31 allies. We're going up against 22 enemies. And Sigma's in first place. Tremors in second. Arcten is in third. Dancing Danny, Yibron, Solozir, Tremor have killed Epics. Sigma's in first. Tremors in second. Arcten is in third. And I believe we're basically done. Sigma OS is in first place with 16 assists. Tremor is in second place, 5 kill, 8 assists, and Arcten Telemetros is in third, 6 kills. We've got gold and no Dr. Dirt. We've got a saint that no one is currently claiming. So, Salazar and Arcten Telemetros get gold. SB gets sanctified. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the super boss. Enjoy your lurk, a claw. Two more units and everything will be done. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I'll be right back. Alrighty. I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 3 of The Founding of Tyrannus. Over the following days, the refugees pushed the carts back on their wheel, put as much of their things as they could now handle with the damage they had taken during the gunfight, and brought everything back to their encampment, carrying by hand what the wagons couldn't support. While they did that, Alarcade collected the bodies, stripped them, and let this fire feed. It would be insufferable after this, he knew, but it beat the stench of dealing with the animals the corpse would attract. The lynx went through the pockets, then collected the weapons. The contraption the human, Leroy, had used was in pieces, and that was for the best. Reno, the rat, had implied not just any human could use it, but if one of the refugees could, it would have led to no end of troubles. Some of the refugees had gone looking for the horses and came back with 5 of them. They left the saddle bags on his porch without looking in them. In the end, Elake had 11 guns, although only 6 still worked. Their holsters and a few hundred bullets, their clothing, he'd given to the refugees once he'd soaked them and taken the blood out. He had no interest in wearing them. It had been too long since he'd worn cotton. All that was all that was as he'd expected. What he hadn't What he hadn't expected to find were 4 gold coins, perfectly circular, with a cotton plant embossed on it. The last time he'd seen gold used, they hadn't been able to form it into regular circles, and the embossing had been hit or miss. Not knowing what to do with them, he dumped the coins in a trunk, where he put all the things he'd found in his foray into the woods that he didn't want to leave lying around. With them, he threw in what was left of Leroy's device. The refugees used the horses to pull the lumber they cut from the wood. Then they set about making planks. Even at a distance, Alarky could tell they were having trouble, but they persevered, eventually managing to make a long saw from one of the metal straps from the wagons. He was impressed with their resourcefulness. Kept an eye out to see if any of the fur kind exhibited powers, which would mark them as the target of the hunt. But if they had any, they weren't using them. LRK was tending his garden. You know what? I'm gonna make this a chapter break. Sorry, no, a scene break. LRK was tending his garden when his old friend the ground let him know someone was approaching. He'd repaired the damage he'd done it to it, and now he was making sure no weed were taking roots. Not to be outdone, the wind was also informed him he had a visitor, but it added details. The person was small, a child then, and she was clutching something made of cloth. The lynx looked up, and the human girl froze in place. She was holding a doll made of old socks to her chest. He wondered if it had been made from what he'd given the refugees. He tried to make his face a mask of anger, but looking at her, in her dirty and tattered dress, he just couldn't. What do you want? She shrugged. With a sigh, he pushed himself to a crouch and rubbed the dirt off his hand. He looked into the distance and didn't see any of the adults heading this way. They were too busy ensuring they could survive. They probably hadn't even noticed she'd come here. None of them would see it, so he let himself smile at her. Had a hard trip, didn't you? She nodded. Are you going to protect us? The question made his anger flare. He was done protecting others. He'd come here because he didn't want that responsibility anymore. Who was she to ask that of him? The girl gasped and took a step back. LRK forced his face to soften. She was just a child. He couldn't be angry at her. All she wanted was to feel safe. Safe. After going through God knew what. Who was he to want to deny her that? He looked around them. This land, as far as we can see, it's mine. Do you understand? Tentatively, she nodded. If something is on my land, that makes it mine too. Do you know what I mean? Worry clouded her face, but she nodded. You don't have to worry. I don't treat the people on my land like you've been treated. If something is mine, I keep it safe. He hesitated to continue, knowing he didn't want to bind himself to her and the others by extension, but she still looks fearful. So long as you're on my land, you'll never have to worry about anyone coming to hurt you. I promise. Slowly, her fear dissipated, and a smile appeared on her lips. She believed him. Now he wouldn't have any choice but to protect him. He waved her away. Now leave me alone. Go to your mother so I can go back to tending. Now she was hugging herself, crying. Before he realized what he was doing, he was holding her. Couldn't stand to see children cry. When her sobbing stopped, he took a step back. Where's your mother? She pointed in the distance, not the encampment, but where they had come from where they had been chased. I'm sorry. Either her mother had died or had to stay behind. Either way, this child wouldn't see her again. Is someone looking after you? She nodded, drying her eyes with the back of a dirty sleeve. A moment later, Elarke noticed movement coming toward them. He moved slowly, but he increased the distance between him and the child. He had no intention of giving any of the adult the impression he might be okay with having any of them here. Ermine! The thin, almost emaciated vixen yelled when she was closer. What are you doing here? She bowed to the lynx, then faced the child again. You know better than to wander away. You're not to disturb the Lord. Her tone was stern, but when she took the child, Ermine's hand in hers, it was gentle. I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry, my lord. I lost track of her. It won't happen again. Be sure of that, he replied, his tone firm. I don't want to be bothered by your children. She guided her mind away. She looked over her shoulder. Who looked over her shoulder at him. He didn't realize he was smiling at her until she smiled back. Feeling much younger than he had in a long time, he went back to tending his garden. Over the following weeks, refugees continued working. Elarke watched as they erected the bone of a large structure. All of the adults worked together, the way only people bordering on desperation could. Unfortunately for him, that meant the children were left unattended. Ermine visited him every day, and it wasn't long until the other children accompanied her. He made it clear to them he wouldn't tolerate being pestered, and they would play together under his discreet supervision. They would chase each other, making guns with their fingers. They would shoot one another down in random pattern, or so Elarke thought. He realized they were reenacting the fight around his shack when one of the children, one of the older one, a wolf with mangy black and gray fur, pointed to the sky, then the ground. He made the sound of thunder, and those around him all fell back. Elarke almost jumped to his feet at that moment, intending to grab the youth by the ear and making it clear he wasn't someone to be emulated. The lynx wasn't a role model for them, not for anyone. The things he'd done shouldn't be. He controlled himself. Reminded himself they were only children, playing a game. It wasn't because one of them played his part in the theater they were creating that he would grow up to be like him. It was entirely possible that before now, none of them had had reasons to play game. Had a reason to play games. He couldn't take that away from them. Not long after that, one of the adults appeared and collecting them with bows and apologies, words of, I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry, my lord. It'll never happen again, my lord. Please be merciful, my lord. After the third day of this, the adult, not the children, was driving him crazy. Enough! Elarke stood. This time it was the human man who'd come to collect the children, and he cringed, backing away. He was older, like all of them, emaciated. Some were now hunting in the woods with spears they'd made, and others collecting berries and wild vegetables. But their improved diet wasn't showing yet. I'm sorry, my lord, he bawled multiple times. I'll make sure they never. Just leave them be. The man looked up, confusion on his face. My lord? Stop calling me that, he growled. Leave the children alone. They keep to themselves. The lynx looked at them, and they all looked at the ground. So long as they don't pester me, it's fine. But if any one of you bothers me, I will feed you to my fire. Is that clear? The children nodded eagerly, But unlike the adult, there was a distant lack of fear in their eyes. You shouldn't have let this fire play with them. Jumping from one dried branch they placed down to another. He'd never be able to use that to scare them now. Not that he thought his fire would even do that. He was certainly like it liked them more than him at this point. My lord, the man was shaking, terrified. I beg of you, they're only children. Elarke was certain he saw one of the human girls giggle. He sighed. Fine. I'll send them back to you if they bother me. He leveled his gaze at the man. Now leave before I decide you're the one bothering me. The human bowed as he backed away, then turned and ran off. A moment later, the children exploded in laughter. The lynx let himself fall back in his chair, and it creaked in protest. He shouldn't have done that. Now they were going to bow to him even more. Didn't want that. Didn't want any of them here, he reminded himself. You noticed how quiet things had gotten, and he opened his eyes. The children were standing there, watching him. Well, what are you waiting for? Go back to playing. And they did. He sighed. Even the children waited for his orders. He cursed silently. He didn't want to rule. Not again. Over the next 2 months, the refugees completed their large communal building and started a handful of small houses. They'd taken their tents down and had moved into the large building, although LRK was reluctant to call it that. Even his own shack looked better built. None of them were carpenters, and it wouldn't take much to bring the structure down. So he'd ordered the wind to move around softly. Even the storms had agreed to be gentle. The fire had been tougher to control. They'd made their fire pit close to the wall, and the fire wouldn't have to stretch much to reach it. And since it was always hungry, it had taken a lot of convincing to keep it from eating the structure. He'd pointed out the people living there fed it well and never let it go hungry. That while it would have a feast if it consumed the building, there wouldn't be anyone left to feed it afterward, and it would go hungry, even die. Fire wasn't usually preoccupied with the future. It was a creature of the present, much more than his other friends. But it finally agreed to behave and promised that no matter how enticing it might be, it wouldn't stray out of the fire pit. And that concludes Chapter 3 of The Founding of Tyrannus. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Huh. Okay, how did I miss that? Because it just... Okay, because it just happened. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 34 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Tremor's in second. Salazar is in third. A lot of people have killed epics. Mrs. Hyde takes over third place. Tremor is in second. Sigma's in first. We're down to 2 chests, so we're basically done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place with 24 assists. Tremor is in second place, 12 kill, 8 assist. Mrs. Hyde is in third, 1 kill, 8 assist. We've got gold and no Dr. Derp. We have busters that nobody is currently claiming, so Sigma OS and Salazar get busted. Raven with baubles gets gold. I get scrolls. And we move on towards our insane battle. Oh wait, this is just an insane battle. Okay. I guess the extreme boss is just at the end. And unless things changed. Yeah, more flying rogues for me. And gonna start here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming correct screen, I'm on the correct image. I'm starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 4 of The Founding of Tyrannus. 3 months after they arrived, Delarche saw the dust cloud in the distance. Saw the dust cloud in the distance he'd been expecting. He stood. Children! He waited until they stopped their game and looked at him. They had been replaying the attack again, only now one of the human boy had tied branches together around his arm, a stand-in for Leroy's contraption. He wondered for a moment if one of the adults had explained to them how only Furkind had powers and the humans' devices. But right now, it was irrelevant. Go to your parents and your caretakers. None of them moved. Face and ears quizzical. Now! They ran off, except for Ermine, who stood, looking at him and began trembling. He went to her, crouched, and took her hand in his, squeezing it, her hands in his, squeezing them gently. Remember when I said that everything on my land was mine? She sniffed and nodded. And that I keep what's mine safe. She nodded again. If I'm going to keep you safe, I need you to go back to your... He searched for a term he could use, village. You'll be able to come back, but for now, you need to be away. She looked over her shoulder. The lynx couldn't tell if she'd made out the cloud. It was still far, but when she looked at him again, she hugged him. Thank you, she whispered, then ran off. Delarche went inside his shack and armed himself. He crisscrossed 2 belts over his chest, the holsters under his arms, and had reworked his belt, adding 3 holsters to it, just for this moment. He'd known the refugee's previous owner wouldn't let the matter drop, not after one of the men had escaped, reporting what had happened. Slaves were just too valuable, even if none of them had abilities. And the message it sent to the other slaves, if he couldn't retrieve these, would just cause more of them to try to escape. He didn't bother with taking extra bullets. He didn't want this to take so long he'd have to reload. He stepped outside, and his nearby friends whispered to him they would help. It took them longer than he'd expected to become visible. When they finally did, he understood why. He counted 20 horses, much more than he'd expected. He looked up to the clouds and asked the lightning for help. It didn't reply. He stepped away from his hut and had to hold back his fire. It worried. He told it to remain in the earth for now. He planted his feet on the ground. His hands were at his side. He was calm and relaxed, but ready to act the moment he had to. The lead was human, as were most of the people with him. He was tall and muscular. Calculating eyes looked at the lynx from under the brim of his hat. The 2 saddles had rifles. The saddle had 2 rifles attached to it. Delarche inclined his head in greeting as the man stopped his horse before him. Good day to you, he said. You're trespassing on my land. I'm going to have to ask you to be on your way. The man looked around. Where's everyone? He looked down at the lynx. I was told you had a dozen armed men keeping watch over the slaves. Elarkis smiled. Afraid you've been told wrong. It's just me here. The man narrowed his eyes. And who are you? He's the Lord Lightning, a woman said. Elarkis spun around. One of the horsemen drew his gun, and a strong gust of wind threw him off his horse. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing, woman? He asked. She was standing in the doorway, pointing his old rifle at the horseman. Ermine told us someone was coming. I'm not going to let you handle them alone. The horseman laughed. You're letting a woman fight? A slave woman at that? Erlaki made fists. He hated the concept of slavery. The idea that someone could claim to own someone else repulsed him to his core. Leave here, woman. This doesn't concern you. Like hell it doesn't. They're coming for us. I'm not going to cower in fear anymore. With a curse, Elarkis stormed to her, thunder echoing his mood. He queried it, but no, lightning still wasn't interested in taking part. When he stood before her, he placed a hand on the muzzle of the rifle and pushed it down. You can't force me to stay out of this, she hissed. He studied her face, seeing determination covering her fear. Lady Abigail. She startled at his use of her name. He had learned it within days of their arrival, but had refused to use it, to use any of their names. He hadn't wanted them to be people, just refugees that had forced themselves in his life. But now she was here, putting her life in danger for her people. He had to give her the respect that act required. If you die here, who will look after your people? You led them out of slavery to me. You begged me for protection. Now let me protect you and them. But there's so many of them, she insisted. You'll remember that I'm not without my own friends. I can handle them. He looked at the rifle, and this thing hasn't been able to fire in years. But what if you die? What will happen to us? They won't get to you or your people. I promise. Even if I die, I will keep them from you. How can you be certain of that? She frowned. How can you be certain of that? He grinned and puffed his chest. I am Elarke Etzvan. I have faced down armies, taken down kingdoms. 20 men don't worry me. Her eyes went wide, then narrowed in disbelief. You're not some story hero. He shrugged, but his smile remained. Nevertheless, I'm not worried. Go back to your people. Have them extinguish the fires. Why? Because if I die here, the one thing I will no longer be able to do is keep them from consuming your homes. Fine, she glared at him. But if you die, I am going to have words with you. Then I'll do my best not to die. He escorted her to the side of his shack, then waited until it would hide her from the men. He strolled back to deal with this problem, kicking some of the pieces of wood the children had left lying about out of his way. He set himself before the human. Now, I ask you to move along. I don't want trouble, but I'm not going to tolerate trespassers. The human laughed. All but one of his followers laughed along with him. Old cat, do you have any idea who I am? Erlarke studied him, then shook his head. I'm Charles of the York. The lynx shook his head again. Can't say I've heard the name before, but I have been keeping to my own for a long time. I hunted and killed Brasso. Who's that? The human stared at him in disbelief. He rubbed a dozen train in the North Country. Everyone has heard of that. Erlarke's ears tilted. They have trains again. I hadn't heard. Tried to remember the last time he'd been on a train, but it had been so long ago he couldn't. Again? You daft, old cat? The lynx nodded and smiled. That could be. They say spending too much time alone isn't good for the mind. He looked at the people before him. Now, will you be moving along? No, old cat. I'm being paid to bring the slaves back, and that's what I'm going to do. Elarke sighed. was afraid you'd say that. He placed a hand on the horse's muzzle. I'm sorry. I wish I could speak your tongue. I tell you to run fast and hard, as far from here as you can. You're just an animal. You don't deserve their fate. He took a step back and fire raced from the earth, jumping from one piece of wood to the other. When it ran out, it jumped to the dry grass, and before anyone had time to react, the horse was on fire. The rider jumped off it, but the fire followed him. His cries joined those of the horse as he tried and failed to put the fire out. In the chaos the fire caused, Elarke emptied 2 revolvers, downing a man with each bullet. The wind took care of 2 more, whirling around them, kicking up sand and choking them. He dropped the guns and pulled out 2 more. He grabbed one of the horse's rein and kept it between him and the others. Shots sounded, and the horse jerked, then fell down. Elarke ran for another one of the horses, the only thing offering him cover, and bullets struck the ground around him. The thunder and lightning struck in unison. His ears stopped ringing. The only sound was that of the horses. 4 of the men had been close together, and they had died together, their bodies charred black. Once he saw one other standing, the last of them, who was staring at his smoking companions. He noticed Elarke as the lynx raised the revolver, but instead of running or raising his own weapon, the man threw it to the ground, then raised his hand. A moment later, he dropped to his knees. Elarke stood before him, gun pointed at his head. Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you. The man spoke, but the lynx didn't understand him. For a moment he thought it sounded familiar, that he'd spoken it himself at one time, a very long time ago. He remembered a large body of water, and that fighting and carnage awaited at their destination. He'd had to learn the language, because it was what was spoken there. He shoved the encroaching memories away. I don't understand you. The man looked up, bleeding with his eyes. I give Lord Tyrannus. The rest was incomprehensible. Elarke crouched before him. Do you understand me? The man nodded. But you don't speak this language. Little, the man replied. The lynx picked up the man's gun, checked the cylinder. It was full. He smelled it. You didn't fire on me. Why? You Tyrannus. What's that? The man slowly reached under his shirt and pulled out a chain. On it hung a lightning bolt. Elarke shook his head and laughed. What's your name? Keegan. I suggest you leave, Keegan. He stood and holstered his revolver. No, yours. No, Elarke indicated the pendant. I don't know what that means to you, but it has nothing to do with me. Keegan shook his head vehemently. Yours. You're not mine. You're not anyone's. Go home, wherever that is. Go to your family. I'm sure they miss you. Here. Keegan indicated the ground where they stood when Elarke's shack and beyond. I protect. The lynx threw his hand in the air. Fine. Do what you want. He turned and headed for the village to let them know it was over. Why did he keep doing that? If it wasn't someone looking to be protected, it was someone wanting to serve him. Hadn't he left all that behind? Wasn't that why he'd come here in the first place? Hadn't anyone gotten the memo? Before winter came, the villagers were able to build enough houses for everyone. It turned out Keegan had worked wood before, and he was able to ensure the buildings were solid. When Elarke let the wind off his leash, it expressed its gratitude by almost blowing down his shack. That first winter was hard. They lost 2 of the elderly women and 1 hunter, killed by a boar. Elarke tried to let them live or die on their own, but each time he hardened his resolve. He'd notice one of the children trying to play, or worse, digging in the snow to pull out a dead flower and eat it. He shared the result of his hunts with them more often than not, and in return, they treated him with more respect. Every few months, a group would come, try and claim the villagers, but Elarke, Keegan, and once he taught them how to shoot, some of the men from the village kept everyone safe. Their incursion only served to provide the community with more weapons, bullets, horses for labor, and gold. They gave Elarkey the gold, and since he had no idea what to do with it, it went into the trunk with the rest, the melted mass of gold slowly getting buried. Over the winter, Keegan learned the language, and he settled in with Lady Abigail. Toward the end of their second summer, she gave him a son and a daughter. Keegan had wanted to name his son LRK, but the Lynx forbid it. No one should ever have to bear a name such as his. They decided to name him Rhaenys and her Tear. Try as he might, he could never get them to stop calling him Lord Lightning or sometime Lord Tyrannus. He complained to the fire that if they thought him a lord, how was it that none of them obeyed him on this? The fire hadn't commented. It didn't concern itself with things such as title. Many of the women in the village offered themselves to him, humans and furkind, but he declined them. He'd spent so long alone that the pleasure of the flesh no longer held any sway over him, and he was too old, much too old to raise another family. He'd served plenty of children in his long years. He was done with that. And that concludes Chapter 4 of The Founding of Tyrannus. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to them live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I'll be right back. Got to do it from 3, didn't I? Yep. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 29 enemies. And Tomcat starts us in the lead. Tramar is in second. Oh boy. Mrs. Hyde takes over first. Tramar is in first. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Quinn was in third. Tramar is in first. Arc 10 is in second. Mrs. Hyde is in second and third. Okay, D-Stepping is in first. Arc 10 is in second. Tramar is in third. And yeah, we're done. We've won. D-Stamping is in first place, 6 kills, 1 assist. Arc 10 Telemetros is in second place, 6 kills. Tremere is in third, 4 kills, 1 assist. We've got gold and no Dr. Derp. We've got Shinobis that no one is currently claiming. So, Tremere gets Shinobi, Mogalin and Meowfa get gold. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the super boss. And another flying rogue for me. Anyway, let's start here. And that concludes that quest. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will do the last chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 5 of The Founding of Tyrannus. 3 years after they arrived, a full 6 months after the last attack, he saw another cloud in the distance. He hadn't expected it. It had been so long, he thought they had finally learned their lesson, but this was going to be more of the same. They stopped a good distance from his shack, and as he walked to them, he studied the group. 8 in total, 4 humans and 4 furkind, with 1 of each at the lead. The human was short and overweight, but he carried himself with authority. He was used to being obeyed. Although he'd been riding for weeks, his clothes were clean and comfortable. He wore a gun at his belt, and Alarke could tell it wasn't there as a decoration. This man wasn't afraid to use it. The bull's attire, in contrast, was all practical and well-worn. Leather jerkins, chaps, shirt under a buckskin vest. He didn't carry a gun, but there was a sense of danger about him. The lynx got the impression he didn't need a gun to get what he wanted. He didn't mind meeting them this far away. It meant fewer chances someone from the village would get hurt. The last time Keegan had been shot in the leg and 2 of the villagers had died. He didn't want any of them endangered again. Looking at them, he knew that it would be a waste of time to warn them away. This close, he got an idea of who the human was. The bull nodded at him once, as if they knew each other. The human studied Alarke for a moment, annoyance in his eyes. So you're the one responsible for all this? For costing me so much? The lynx smiled. I'm not aware that we've ever done business. You stole from me. The man's face gained a red tint. Lucky's ears canted to the side. I've never stolen from anyone who probably owned anything, well, probably owned something. The bull snickered, which earned him a glare from the human. Look, the man said, focusing on the lynx again. This has gone far too long. Gone on far too long. Do you have any idea what you've cost me? Not just the labor you took, but the advances to the bounty hunters, but what my rivals are saying? Just tell me your price so we can get what's mine and leave. Erlaki shook his head. No one belongs to another person. That used to be the law, and it's still the law I honor. You don't have any property here to buy back. Oh, for crying out loud. Everyone has a price. The man grabbed a loaded saddlebag off his horse and threw it at the lynx's feet. It opened and gold coins spilled on the ground. There's 500 gold coins in there. It's yours if you give them back to me. And just to be fair, I'll let you keep whoever was born here. Elaki watched the coins for a moment, glinting in the sunlight. He could make out the cotton plant embossed on them. The cotton trade certainly was good. He looked over his shoulder at his home, the shack that now looked even worse compared to the houses Keegan had erected. The human kept asking to build LRK a new home, but the lynx wouldn't let him. It was his. He had built it with his own hand. He didn't need anything else. He looked at the man on the horse, putting a surprised expression on his face. Do I really look like someone who cares about gold? He pushed the bag back with a foot. You can't take that back. The bull roared in laughter. You haven't changed at all. Arlaki looked at him, his ears tilting in question. Do I know you? The bull tilted his head. I'd heard you'd given up on who you were, buried yourself in helping others, even ruling them, I've been told. He indicated a village. You back to doing that? Arlaki studied the bull. Certain he'd never seen him before. He got a sense he was fighting. A battle. No, a war. The bull was at his side. Machines that hadn't been seen for a very long time. Then a voice from the past. LRK 87, VDK 56. You two are taking the ridge. Their infantry is positioned there, and we can't proceed until you kill them. VD? LRK whispered to himself. You do remember. The bull jumped off his horse. He was almost 2 heads taller than the lynx. Look, the last time I let you live because of the history we share, I can't do that this time. Just give the man what he wants and take the money. Use it to buy yourself your own village. Hell, you can buy a whole city with this. As the bull spoke, Elarke remembered fighting against him, but he couldn't remember over what. He did remember lying at the bull's feet, bloodied. He shook his head. If you know me like you claim you do, you know I won't do that. They asked for my protection, and I gave it. I will not abandon them. The way you did, a voice whispered at the back of his head. Al, be reasonable. You can't do anything. Look around. Do you think it's a coincidence we came today? That we stopped here? The sky's blue, no clouds. You can't strike us down. There's only dry earth as far as the eye can see. You can't call fire to burn us. Still have these. Minarke patted the butt of the revolvers at his belt. Jesus F. Christ! You think you can take me down with guns? Al, this is me I'm talking about, not them. Me. Doesn't matter. The bull sighed. All right, fine. You won't take the money, then do it for me, Al. Don't make me do this. They aren't worth it. They're just civilians. Please. Erlachius smiled. That's what we fought over the last time, isn't it? This idea that ordinary people aren't important. And what happened? I lost. The nausea didn't hurt. There was nothing wrong with losing a battle, so long as you didn't give up the fight. You're going to lose again. Erlachius shrugged. Doesn't matter. I gave my word. The bull turned his back to the lynx. Damn it! He cursed. Erlachius didn't move. He would let the bull make the first move. He felt he owed him that, somehow. Fine. The words were soft, so soft the lynx barely heard it. The bull faced him again, his face hard, devoid of emotion. One last chance, Al. If I ever meant anything to you, Give the man his property back. Elarchy had a memory of the bull holding him as the world exploded around them. We'll be safe, El. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The link gave the bull a sad smile. Like you said, I left who I was behind. We don't belong in this world anymore, V. We haven't had for a very long time. Maybe it's time we leave it. The bull's eyes flashed, and pain erupted in Elarchy's chest. He fell to his knees, clutching it. I told you, El, you can't win. You never could against me. The link chuckled, then winced. He looked up, fighting the pain. You forgot something, V. What's that? The link raised a trembling hand. He extended a fire, air, another, fire, and the third, water. The bull staggered, his skin gaining a sheen. You didn't beat me because you were stronger than me. I still loved you back then. I still hoped you could see how wrong the path you'd set yourself on was. I still believed you could be redeemed. Water beaded on the bull's skin, then dripped to the ground. He tried to hold on to the horse, but his legs gave out as his body sank in on itself. He opened his mouth, but only a wail escaped it. His eyes pleaded. Elarchy didn't look away. You were wrong. The others shrank away as more water poured off the bull. We were supposed to protect them, V. Don't you remember? That's what we were designed for. To keep them safe. That's what you left behind. The bull collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Water continued pouring off of him for a moment, then it stopped, leaving a desiccated husk in a pool of water. Then his finger began to crumble into dust, mixing back with the water it had contained. Elarchy groaned as pain stabbed his chest. It hadn't stopped. It wouldn't stop. He was lucky, in a way. If V had killed his brain instead of his heart, he wouldn't have had the time to protect his charges. But the attack that made sense from V's point of view. He'd thought he owned Elarchy's heart. After the wars they'd fought together, the times they'd confronted each other in the middle of horrors they should never have had to witness. The bull had thought Elarchy would follow him anywhere he went, agreed with all he said. He thought that when it came down to it, the lynx would follow his heart instead of his duty. Elarchy managed to smile as he remembered he had loved the bull a long time ago. Before he'd become obsessed with fighting, killing, before he'd decided seeking war was the reason they'd been made, not enforcing peace. Feet landed next to the lynx's head. Well, looks like you saved me the trouble of having to pay him, which is too bad. He did carry through with the end of his bargain. You aren't in a position to stop me from taking back what's mine. Elarchy looked up at the human and smiled. He extended a fourth finger. Earth. He whispered before pain forced him into a ball. He sent his mind down, his power to awaken his dormant friend. One last favor. The ground shook once, and the human stepped away from the lynx. It shook again, with enough force that anyone standing fell down. A sound worse than thunder traveled the land, and when it shook a third time, the very earth at Elarchy's fingertips broke. A line appeared in the ground as far as the eyes could see in either direction. Soil fell away, and then, with a tremor that shook down the houses Keegan had so carefully built, the sides parted. I know, this probably isn't the happy ending you were hoping for, but Elarchy did what he promised. The man who would take his slave back now stood on the other side of a chasm, hundreds of feet wide. And while he didn't know it then, he'd never be able to cross it. The chasm extended from the mountains all the way to the sea. Over the following years, the sea slowly filled the chasm, and it became a river. The same river that runs through the middle of your wonderful city. It still bears the name the villagers gave it, the Trench, because it was the trench that kept them safe. As you probably guessed, they named their village Tyrannus in his honor, and it grew. At first from them having children, but in time as others joined them, and it became the city of soaring dreams, a place where the wonderful happens, the fantastic walks the street, and the terrifying can sometimes be glimpsed. The place that LRK protected with his dying breath. But, no, of course the story's true. I'm a storyteller. I'd never say something that is untrue, would I? And that concludes the founding of Tyrannus. If you are enjoying this, if you've enjoyed this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter, Creature of War, will start, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the following chapters in this story, because this is just the start, you can do that on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'm forgetting stuff as usual. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 77 enemies. Miser takes over first. Arten is in second. Marlin is in third. Let's see. Miser is in first. Gator Paws is in second. Mope is in third. So rogues do go after the chests. Okay. Richter Scale takes over third, takes over second. Gator Paws is in third. We're down to the last batch of enemies. And they're done. We've won. Miser is in first place, 22 assist. Richter Scale is in second place, 5 kill, 5 assist. And Gator Paws is in third, 5 kill, 7 assist. We have gold and no Dr. Derp. We've got a Berserker that no one is currently claiming. So, a basic dog and Darth Torlin get gold. Gator Paws goes Berserk. And we move on to an insane battle before the super boss. And it is another flying rogue for me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Actually, I don't need to convert any of that, because none of that is going on SoundCloud. Okay, that does mean this is done. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will do my best to return within 20 minutes. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 61 enemies. And we are off with Mr. Shadowseer in first place. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Sigma was in third. Sigma's back in third. Darth is in third. Mope is in third. Mr. Shadowseer is in first. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Silver is now in third. I feel the cultist. Oh, I see. There was still somebody hiding. And we're done. We've won. Mrs. Hyde is in first place. 4 kill, 18 assist. Mr. Shadowseer is in second place. 3 kill, 14 assist. And Silver the Diamond Witch is in third. 9 kill, 3 assist. We have Berserkers, Paladins, and Busters, and nobody claiming those. So, Insoraptor gets busted. Tremere gets a pal, and Miser goes berserk. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. Aren't I the lucky one? And then the Super Boss, which makes us all the lucky ones. Alrighty. And we will see how this turns out once I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 37 allies. We're going up against 48 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Gator Paws is in second. Tramar is in third. And looks like the boss is done. Tremar's in first, Sigma's in second, Gator Paws is in third. We have a handful of enemies left. Oh, there they are. And yeah, looks like we're done. Oh, no. Now we're done. Sigma OS is in first place, 10 kill, 17 assist. Tramar is in second place, 16 kill, 10 assist. And Gator Paws is in third, 7 kill, 9 assist. We have fairies. Do we have a Decanizer? No, no Decanizer. We've got flying rogues, we've got shinobis, we've got nobody claiming them at this time. So, Insoraptor gets fairies, Severn Marlin gets wings, and the Stamping gets shinobis. And we move on to the next map, where we'll have gold skin in the boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And unless I'm wrong, yep, more flying rogues for me. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon, it is chapter 15 of Hot Pursuit. It is a Tristan chapter. All right. This ended on them heading there. What did I stop? Need to get them inside, but not to the office. Which means I need to. And I have someone to play. Battle Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 32 enemies. Sigma's in first place. Chamas is in second. Jimbo is in third. Jimbo, Mope, and others have killed epics. Sigma's in first. Chamas is in second. Mope is in third. Enemies are dying. And we've got a dozen left. Oh, I see they're on that side. And soon there will be very few. There'll be none left very soon, like now. And we're done. Ooh, I got a killed, cool. Sigma is in first place, 6 kill, 12 assist. Jimbo is in second place, 5 kill, 7 assist. And Mope is in third, 8 kill, 2 assist. We've got gold and no Dr. Derp. We have busters that no one is currently claiming. So, Nicholas Patton gets gold. Varus also, and Chamas gets busted. And we move on to another battle on the way to the gold chest. I think the gold chest might be the last battle today. Ooh, I do not like this layout. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 62 enemies. Sigma's in first place. Tremere is in second. Tremere takes over first. Marlin is in third. Let's see. Tremere is in first. Sigma's in second. Marlin is in third. Really? That was my kill. Oh well. Tremere's in first, Sigma's in second, Marlin is in third, and we are done. We have won. Tremere is in first place, 29 kills, 10 assists. Sigma OS is in second place, 3 kills, 16 assists, and Severed Marlin is in third, tied with Varys also, 1 kill, 8 assists. We have barbarians, we've got vampires, we've got nobody claiming them at this time. So, Arcten Telemetros gets bitten. Severed Marlin gets Barbarians. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And half an hour to see how this turns out. I'll be right back. Hey, Nerdarine! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're good. You had to step away from your stream for a second. Figure you'd drop in and say hello. Very cool. Well, thank you very much. How is your stream going? Doing world building. Cool. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 30 allies. We are going up against 55 enemies. And let's see, Tremere starts us in the lead. Sigma's in second. Solo Zero's in third. Marlin is now in third. All right, thank you, Nerdarine. Have a good rest of your day. Tremere, holy cow, Tremere is well in the lead, and it looks like we're done. We have won. Tremere is in first place. 27 kill, 25 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Thunder Chick is in second place with 6 kills and 1 assist. Arctentametros has 5 kills for 3rd place. We have Lancers. Do we have a Dr. Derp? That is their backup. We do not. We've got Saints, we've got Paladins, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Salazar gets a pal, Mope gets sanctified, Severed Marlin gets lanced. And we move on to a very hard battle before the gold chest. And it's another Flying Rogue for... Hey, you know what? I want to test something. Let's just go with... Let's just go with a plain old rogue and see what happens. Alrighty. Oh, it is past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop where Flying Rogues get purchased. I am above 20k. I gotta refresh. And a Flying Rogue. I am above 25, so a second refresh. And that is that. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. And a glance at the viewer side tells me I don't have the money to get scrolls. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, Severed Marlin. I apologize for not noticing your arrival. And you are welcome for the scrolls. Thank you very much for the support in the battles. I'm okay with this. I'll be Atoll. Come on. Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 30 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies. And we are off. Okay, I got 2. So, alright. So the rogues do go after the chests. Well, good to know. Sigma's in first place. Disillusionist is in second. Arc 10 is in third. And what do we have left there? A couple of tanks. But shouldn't last very long. And there we go. We're done. We've won. 25. I'd like to know how we get attributed these things. Disillusionist is in first place with 16 assists. Sigma OS is in second place, 6 kills, 9 assists. And Cuddles is in third, 6 kills. We have gold. And no Dr. Derp. We have, come on, fairies. Do we have a Decanizer? No. No, we do not have a Decanizer. Therefore, D-Stamping gets gold and Wybron gets fairies. And we move on to the last battle of the day, which will be a gold chest. And I go back to my flying rogues. Let me mark this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 30 allies. We're going up against 74 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Neon Hollow's in second. Insoraptor is in third. Takes over second place. Neon Hollow is in third. Sigma's in first. Insoraptor is in second. Severin Marlin is now in third. Let's see what we can do against these enemies. Oh, looks like we are not winning this. Yep, we will have to redo this tomorrow morning. And on this loss, the battling comes to an end. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a gold chest. Then we'll have skin, and the boss, and whatever comes after that. So I hope to see you then. Hey Colo, how are you doing today? You don't know? Oh well. Alright, well, with my writing done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. Indeed, Colo. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild and The Captain's Heart in the afternoon. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see you